Hi Shub, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Shub, your voice is very low.
Am I audible now? Hello.
I can hear
Hello.
you. I
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay, sir.
Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Can you
Clearly.
hear a background noise?
Um, a, a bit. I mean,
Hello.
using hello. Your voice is clear. But just a bit. That I feel like something. Something is like fan voice or something. Uh,
Hmm. Is it better now?
yeah, it stopped. I can hear you very clearly now.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
Hi Ria.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Am I audible to you clearly?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear any background noise?
Not as such for now, sir. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, all. Let's wait for more 5 minutes for the participants to join, and then we can start with our session. Hi, good morning, all. I hope I'm audible. Let us now proceed with this session. Good morning, all. I am Riya Dhakan, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. Today's topic is develop data-driven applications with Azure SQL Database. About the ATC community, that is the Azure Tech community, the webinar is hosted by the ATC, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, open source development, and develop and operations. Before we dive into today's session, let's take a moment to introduce Synergetics in Microsoft. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower business and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving land tech scape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end-to-end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and development operations, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tool and knowledge to succeed. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The synergetic learning solutions, there are 12 of those, which are persona based, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. The Microsoft certification skilling journey begins with the fundamental certification, then progress to advanced role-based certification, and finally to expert level certification. We run meetup communities. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple of those, which are Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join the community, please log into the Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. Now I am thrilled to have Mr. Om Prakash Pandey sir as our speaker today. He is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and AI experience in cloud technologies. And for the agenda today is overview of Azure SQL database and key features, designing relational data models in Azure SQL, developing applications with TSQL and stored procedures, securing and monitoring Azure SQL database. This is the 8 hours of learning plan, but today we are only here for the for certain hours, not for 8 hours. The 1 day webinar, self-learning plan, mentoring and examining prep session, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please connect with us. Also, we are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for DP-700, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to webinar DP-3020. You can share the badge on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile to get your badge activated. You just need to follow certain steps and you can redeem the badges. Also, I have shared the link in the chat box as well. The code of conduct to follow, which will create a please note participants are not allowed to take the screenshot of the presentation and cannot do the screen recording. The advantage India skilling and AI NSI empowering future skills at AI and scale. It highlights key focus in areas such as data AI, GitHub. The initiative emphasizes role on AI and skill development, and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join this session, please connect with us. Anyone who wants to organize an exclusive session in your organization or college, please do let us know, as these sessions are absolutely for free. Also, do follow us on social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars and workshop certifications, the training we do. Also, I will be sharing the link in the chat box. Thank you. Also, before proceeding ahead, I have shared the link for your badges redemption and of the access to our social media platforms. If you need any more assistance, feel free to use the chat box. Thank you. Over to you, sir, now.
Thanks, Ria. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for joining on time. Really appreciate your commitment towards learning, for sneaking out time on a Saturday. Welcome to our session on DP-3020. As part of the details mentioned by Ria, this involves knowledge on various areas, specifically from perspective of databases, the programming implementation, and along with that having knowledge of underlying resources, having knowledge of DevOps as an option, DevOps as a service, and how one can create data driven applications. For quite some time, Microsoft has been pioneering in releasing lot of learning resources through Microsoft Learn. Number of details, number of features being shared, number of learn modules, resources. Now simplifying this learning process and making sure we leverage on them from perspective of cross-cutting implementations, going deep dive into specific areas. That's where you have applied skills coming into picture. Through Microsoft Learn part and respective modules that we have, we can go deeper into these areas. We can implement these things in small pockets, and like Ria rightly mentioned, right now we are getting ourselves introduced to one of the applied skills. We are getting ourselves introduced to one of the areas. As we go ahead, you all can do some of these learnings on your own. When we are redeeming the badge URL, right, you will have to make sure you create your profile there, and the same profile can be continued further from perspective of delivering achieving your badges, learn badges, achieving your certifications, right, and all that is part of your Microsoft Learn resources. Going ahead and deeper into this current applied skill, this is about developing data driven applications with Azure SQL Database. Now once it comes to data driven applications, almost every application that you will see is having backend as data sources, where we have SQL Server as a database, which is one of the options available. There are plenty of other details, there are plenty of other options that one can leverage upon. Our current focus today is primarily focusing on Azure as an environment and Azure SQL Database. My name is Om Prakash Pandey. I am an MCT. I have been consistently working with providing different data driven solutions to various organizations. I come from a background where I have been working consistently with SharePoint as an environment, Azure architecting, and various other scenarios where SQL database was a default option for a backend data store, and still it continues to be the same for lot of enterprise solutions that we are looking at. So if you look at the 8 hours format, the way how it works is as per the plan being shared over here. We can get these details as part of SQL database, what is the purpose of SQL database, the development of resources, looking at data API, and finally moving into details of data manipulation, focusing on security practices over here. So this is the overall 8 hours kind of schedule that we have. Currently, I am here to get you all kick-started with Microsoft Learn environment and exploring some of the modules of this particular applied skill. Since these are self-learn kind of resources, you all can go through them on your own, or you all can connect to our team as Ria rightly mentioned. So we can help you handhold you all in terms of providing appropriate Azure subscriptions where you all can practice these things. Anything where you all are stuck, any of your organizational concerns, challenges, issues that you all might have faced while developing your data driven applications, we can assist you all with the same as well. Like I mentioned earlier, so once it comes to your Microsoft Learn profile, I already mentioned about that. I really love the way how Microsoft has transformed things over here, and what they have done is they have made sure we have right set of details, right set of options being mentioned over here, where one can look at the gamification. We can look at the gamification of these members, gamification of these details, and we can get appropriate trophies, we can get appropriate badges over here, and using these badges, using these trophies, learning becomes much more encouraging. So that's the core behind these members. You all can print these transcripts, you all can share these transcript details and other uh, badges you all have received onto your LinkedIn or other social channels to let the entire industry know that you all have been busy learning, upgrading yourself, learning new technologies, and making sure you are aligned to the new emerging trends, emerging implementation options given by Microsoft as an OEM. From course material point of view and other resources, I will be sharing them with you all as I proceed ahead. You all can make a note of it, take a reference of that, and in future you all can go into more details of these modules. Any one of you all who have their own MSDN subscriptions, or you all must have enrolled for free Azure subscription, or you all must have paid subscriptions, you all can try out these things, try out the lab implementations. I'll provide relevant steps for the same, especially for experienced audiences. I already mentioned about the achievements. Since this is not relevant from certification point of view, I'm skipping that section for now. Let me share few relevant links for your consumption. The first link over here is in terms of applied skill. Now, if you see the current resource, you all might realize that the current applied skill is the current applied skill that we have. The paper is not currently available, it's in process of upgrade, but not to worry on this. This is right now under maintenance. As far as this topics are concerned, if you look at the details mentioned over here, this is cross cutting across multiple tiers where it focuses on the backend, Azure SQL Database, data API from a services layer point of view, read only Azure SQL Database instances, data import using the REST endpoint, leveraging on Azure functions, which is from a development perspective and also from a security point of view. So there are number of areas, number of aspects which is getting covered within this applied skill. I have already shared the first details or first link with you all. Let me share other information, other relevant links. Everyone, make a note of these links which will help you from implementation perspective, the learning perspective, and the details which I was mentioning about, like creation of free account, Azure for Students offer, you all can leverage on these members. From labs point of view, we can leverage on the GitHub link. You all can use this, or if you are more comfortable with HTML kind of links, HTML based resources, you all can also use the HTML based links. If we look at the labs available here, so you have enabling application resiliency with auto failover groups within Azure SQL Database, configure and deploy CI/CD pipelines for Azure SQL Database projects, your data API, importing and exporting data, and finally having a managed identity for Azure SQL Database. So these are 5 labs that we have from practice point of view. For today's session, what I would try my best is to showcase these labs. It's not possible to complete all the labs in today's session, so I'll pick up some of the labs to showcase how these things work, what are the options available here, what could be the challenges or issues that one could come across, and how do we resolve them. After the quick overview of Microsoft Learn, quick overview of the current applied skill, let's get started with the first module here. Let's go to the applied skill, that is developing data driven application with Azure SQL Database. Before I go to this module, before I get started with this, can I see a quick raise of hands? People who are new to SQL Database. Can I see raise of hands? People who are new to SQL Database, not worked on it earlier. I can see 4 hands being raised, one more going up. Anybody else who's new to SQL Database? Okay, thank you guys. One more hand up, Rohan. Thank you guys. Put your hand down. Thank you everyone. Put your hand down. Can I see raise of hands? People who are new to Azure, not worked with Azure earlier. Can I see raise of hands? People who are new to Azure environment, not worked with Azure earlier? Okay, there are almost similar set of hands going up. That is around 5 to 6 people. Thank you guys. Put your hand down. Everyone, put your hand down. Guys, can I see raise of hands? People who are not from development background, not worked with C, C++, Java, .NET as a programming language. Can I see those hands going up? I can see 5 hand going up. That's great to see. One more, Sandhya as well. Thank you guys. Put your hand down. So the reason why I ask those questions, because if you see the labs, if you see the relevant modules over here, thank you guys. Put your hand down. So if you'll see the prerequisites, and specifically once it comes to the labs over here, the primary focus is from perspective of development, understanding multi-tier applications, because here we are talking about the backend services, we are talking about the services layer and how the interactions will happen between these members. Not to worry, right now I see quite a few, some of them don't have the needed prerequisites, but there is nothing wrong in getting started with this. So as you all learn, as you all understand these resources, please make sure you also work on the prerequisites behind the scene, work on the resources behind the scene, and ensure that you have right set of learning, right set of implementation being done, so that once it comes to your real life scenarios, you all are able to successfully handle them, you're able to successfully implement and manage these things at our level. As far as the 8-hour agenda is concerned, focusing on database for modern application development, SQL database, getting more details into the options available, developing data API. I have already mentioned about some of these modules or agenda items as part of the learning path. Now guys, once it comes to your SQL database, let's first understand the options available. And before we deep dive into SQL database, in today's context, organizations are looking for polyglot persistence. Now the core purpose, or what is this polyglot persistence all about? What is this polyglot persistence all about? Polyglot persistence is an application can leverage on multiple databases or multiple data stores behind the scene. It need not always be only one type of data store or only one type of data which an organization or an application would be looking at. So there could be requirements from perspective of unstructured data, semi-structured data, or structured data. So if you look at your structured data, this is where we have SQL based resources, where we are talking about RDBMS, where we are talking about normalization. And here the focus is how do we implement or create these members, right? So once it comes to Microsoft Azure, It can provide you IS based services, it can provide us PaaS based services. So wherever we are mentioning about Azure SQL Database, we are referring to a PaaS service. Whereas we are talking about SQL as a virtual machine, here we are talking about the IS resources. As far as semi-structured data is concerned, this is where we can have multimodal data, multiple formats, number of structures that one would want to implement, and that's where comes Cosmos DB. In terms of unstructured data, log files, archives, storage of any other content, here we have something which is unstructured data, where we have our storage account coming into play. Now, out of these options available, right now we are trying to understand and leverage on Azure SQL resources. And like I mentioned, so we have SQL Server on Azure virtual machines, best for lift and shift when we are doing migration or adopting cloud as a resource. Then we have Azure SQL Database, which is a PaaS service, PaaS resource. If you look at the managed instance, right, which will have some aspects of infrastructure integration, and at the same time will also have some of the aspects in terms of PaaS. But majority of details over here is from a PaaS point of view. If you look at backward integration, that is integration with your on-premises environment, here we can leverage on something called as Azure Arc for backward compatibility. Along with this, if you want to reuse our pre-existing database instances within our on-premises environment, here we can leverage on Azure Arc. Now one would say, Om Prakash, what do you achieve or what is the outcome that we have when we are using Azure Arc or whenever we are using this SQL database as a service, though it could be virtual machines or it could be PaaS service, what are we trying to achieve? So first thing is getting rid of the complexity that one had to create, especially when we are talking about highly reliable database or pretty large scale kind of scale requirements, reliability requirements, compliance challenges, right? So all these critical aspects in terms of database we are trying to outsource. The purpose of outsourcing is to make sure we are aware about what is the client expectation and how do we meet them in much more simplistic manner. That's the purpose of these offerings, and this is what we intend to achieve from this. Let me stop here. My attempt over here would be to make sure as we learn these modules, we are also aligned to the UI, we are also aligned how these resources are being mapped on the cloud platform. Let me parallelly go to Azure portal. The core purpose over here is to apply our learning. One second. Okay. So if you look at the resources over here, now whenever we are checking for these services, we should look at Azure SQL and verify what are the options available here. Just give me a moment. So here, once we go to Azure SQL, let's evaluate the options over here. And these are three resources or three basic ways of how one can create members over here, how one can create SQL resource here. So one is your virtual machine, one is your SQL database, and third one is managed instance. Naresh, Sumit, am I audible to you all clearly now? Thanks, Sumit, for the confirmation. Let's go to SQL database. If you see the options available, single database, elastic pool, database server, and on the other side, when we are looking at SQL database as a resource, SQL database as a virtual machine, we can see set of options available here where we have different license type being mapped, standard, enterprise, web, right? We have free license options as well, various permutations and combination of operating system, and various options in terms of SQL version, SQL Server version, and the underlying Windows Server version. So when we are looking at these resources, we need to understand which options we would want to go for, and this will be primarily based on the expectations. So step number one should be gathering the requirement from the user, and I'm talking from a real world perspective. In those scenarios, capture all the requirements from the user and then go ahead and choose right set of options. Now those options will be mapped to what are the expectations and which are the features which are available, right? When we are looking at those features, when we are looking at those options, then we'll be able to pick the right choice from the underlying environment. If you look at the SQL database as a resource, here we have multiple deployment options, whether you're looking at single database, elastic pool, hyperscale, or using serverless as a resource. So these are set of deployment options that we have. Now once it comes to databases, guys, just give me a moment. Sorry guys. So here, if you look at databases, here we have options in terms of compute. Here we have options in terms of storage. So once it comes to compute, one would say, I don't understand the significance of compute here. So guys, compute actually is required for executing any of the queries that we are mentioning, stored procedures, or any of your CRUD operations that we want to perform on the underlying data store, right? That's why we require compute. As far as data storage is concerned, that's where the storage comes into play. How much of content is being created, information is being created on the underlying platform, right? So that's in terms of compute and storage, which should be available or which is being expected from the underlying environment. Now the question over here is, what are the options available within SQL environment? And if you see the options, so we have serverless as an option and we have pre-provisioned compute. So as the name suggests, when it comes to serverless, I don't know how many users would be connecting to my environment, how many users I will have to talk to, cater to their requests. I'm not sure on that. In those scenarios, we can leverage on serverless, where you don't have any pre-provisioned compute. Compute will get created or get associated at runtime. On the other hand, when we talk about provisioned resources, provisioned member, here we are looking at options. Here we are looking at details from perspective of pre-existing compute. We are consistently being charged for it. We may or we may not be using that compute, because there would be times where we are not receiving any requests. So that would be your pre-provisioned resource or pre-provisioned compute. Now keeping this context in mind, if you look at the options here, from deployment perspective, we have single database, we have elastic pool, we have serverless over here, right? And we have hyperscale as an option. If you look at the purchasing models or the SKUs which are being mapped over here, we have DTUs, that is database transaction units, where one can explore the options like basic, standard, premium. Are these new? Not at all. As far as DTUs are concerned, DTUs, that is database transaction unit, this was very initial members or the initial SKUs which were being released, and we required help from DBAs to figure out or check for the formula here through which we can determine how many DTUs need to be purchased. Later came something called as vCore, and as the name suggests, it specifies how many core machine or what is the vCore that is required for processing. Now, if you are using a virtual machine locally or if you are using a physical machine locally, we can associate or map with vCore over here. So similar kind of processing power which is required, same set of processing can be used through a vCore based model. As part of vCore, here we have general purpose, we have hyperscale, we have business critical, depending upon what is the kind of outcome that we want to achieve. So guys, that's what I was mentioning about. So once it comes to your expectations or requirements, we need to make sure we gather those requirements pretty well, and that will help us to choose between dev test scenarios where we have general purpose coming into picture, or production scenarios where you have multi-geography deployments using hyperscale. Third scenario over here could be banking or BFSI as a domain, where we would want to go for business critical implementations. So once we have clarity on these resources, we can choose the right set of SKU, right set of options available. Now once this data is being stored, different applications will be pouring in data or storing data into the database. Now once this information is being stored, here we can also configure something called as database backups. So one way of taking these backup would be from perspective of our on-premises resources. right, that we have been doing earlier, right. Along with this, we can also configure this using a PaaS option, PaaS services. The PaaS service based database backups is much more easier to configure, easier to work with, and make things simpler for us. So if you look at the data retention options, we can store this data into recovery services vault or backup vault. Now, and within this backup vault, we can specify how many days you would want to save this content. We can also have something called as long-term retention over here, where we can retain this data, retain this information for a specific timeline in terms of weeks, years, months, depending upon our requirement. We can specify long-term retention for these members. Let me stop here. Let me go back to my Azure environment. Here, let me showcase few examples of how we can create resources. Let's first go to SQL virtual machine. Let's go to virtual machine. Let me choose my existing resource group. Name of virtual machine. What is the region where I would want to create this resource. So do you want availability zone, availability set? We can specify these members. Trusted launch virtual machine. What is the configuration that you want for your machine? Let me mention the appropriate credentials over here. Which ports do we want to open? So right now we have RDP port, which can be mapped from this particular page. Standard HDD. I'm selecting this type for OS disk type. Let's go for the default network option. From management point of view, I can use Azure automation and disable these resources when not required. I don't want to go for any extensions for now. Now this is the most important page, guys. So here if you see, you have options of how do you want to connect to this SQL server. By default, it should be private or local. Right now, since I want to create multiple members, I am opening this port, making this resource available on internet. From storage perspective, what type of data, what size of data you want to create over here. From a disks perspective, what would be the number of disks that one would want to create. So depending upon our performance requirement, we can go ahead, create sufficient number of disks, attach those disks, choose the right type of disks over here to work with. Just give it a moment. So once it has done the validation, I can initiate the process of VM creation. So right now what this will do is this will create a SQL server and provide me set of pre-installed options, pre-installed resources on the underlying platform. Once this RDP machine is ready, I can go and log in into this machine and perform various database operations. Meanwhile, this is getting created. Let me go to Azure SQL once again. So one approach over here is creating a virtual machine. Second approach over here is creating a single database. So you want single database, you want multi-tenant database. For multi-tenant, we can go to elastic pool. So as the name suggests, there could be multiple databases within a associated pool, right? And there will be shared CPU, shared memory, shared storage across the databases that we have. Let's move further. So here, what I'm trying to achieve is I'm trying to create a SQL database instance. Let me mention the database name. Now, similar to your virtual machine, here we have to specify the logical database. Okay, says this name already exists. Let me give a name as OMP SQL Server 21-2025. In my case, I'll keep the same authentication here, that is SQL admin. Let me specify the password here. So I've mapped the server over here. Now once it comes to the workload environment, so why do you want to create it? Do you need it for development? Do you need this instance for production? So the moment it comes to development, it's by default showing serverless, because once it comes to development, if a developer is writing a query, the user may not get the output immediately, and we are fine with that. But that is not fine, or that's not acceptable in terms of production environment. So from production perspective, there it is recommended to go for hyperscale, it is recommended to go for premium options, right? So we have much reliable environment in terms of compute for the underlying resource. Please don't get me wrong, I'm not saying serverless is not reliable, but it might take some time to start that resource, initiate that member, and then we can get going with it. From availability point of view, you want to leverage on public endpoints. Do you want Azure services to access this server? Do you want to allow this current client IP address to access that machine? Security, I'll keep it as it is. And here I can leverage on sample data. I can leverage on sample data. So give it a moment. So once it is done, we'll have two basic resources being created, basic entities being created. So one using virtual machine, IaaS as a service, and one using PaaS resource where I have two members. One is the server and second is the database which is getting created. Even for the sample, even for the database, I have selected sample database so that it can automatically create required tables for it. From virtual machine point of view, we may have to download the required software. We'll do that as we go ahead. So while this is getting created, just give me a moment. Okay. So I'm repeating these steps just to make sure we understand the SKUs over here. So let's go to compute and storage combination, because whenever it comes to database, we'll have combination of compute and storage. So there are two options available. So if you see the compute tier, one is pre-provisioned machines and second is serverless machines, right? And as the name suggests, compute resources are auto scaled. It is built per second based on number of vCores being used. So how many core you are using, based on that dynamically it will calculate it and it will send you a bill accordingly. For production environment, we can leverage on provision capacity, provisioned compute. If you look at the hardware configuration over here, it is generation 5 machine up to 128 cores, 625 GB memory. So now the choice is ours. So if you go for production environment, we can go for provision. For dev test environment, go for serverless. Now, if you look at the service options or the SKUs that we mentioned about, so we said there is a pre-provisioned member, there is serverless member. Now, even within pre-provisioned environment or within the serverless environment, here we have general purpose, which is pretty low in cost, or second is hyperscale, right? If you have requests coming from users across the globe, I would want to leverage on hyperscale facilities, high availability and performance. I don't want too much of scalability, but my focus here is availability, right? So in case of vCore based model, these are three options available. In case of DTU based model, we can leverage on basic, standard, premium, right? So these are set of options, these are set of resources available from perspective of choosing a right option. So we can go for basic or we can go for standard, which are low cost kind of resources, whereas premium you have premium and business critical, they are very similar. There is nothing as a replacement for hyperscale within DTU based model. Okay, so if you see the options available, depending upon what is your requirement, what is the customer's expectation, we can choose from these options. So by now what we have done is we have created two instances. So one is a virtual machine instance and one is a SQL DB instance. Okay, so if you see the options available, I have OMP SQL VM, OMP SQL Server and OMP SQL DB. These are the options available. Just give me a moment. Let me go ahead, look at SQL database as a resource, and here we can discuss about the options from perspective of, here we can discuss from perspective of what are the members available from backup point of view, data management perspective, integrations, security options, right? So these are set of features available for SQL database. At the same time, we have SQL Server as a resource. Now this is a logical server, guys. Just be aware, this is a logical server. It need not have a physical machine behind the scene, or if I put it another way, you may not have a one-on-one mapping, one-to-one mapping, that every SQL server will have a virtual machines or some resources mapped in the backend. People who are from SQL Server background, they may be aware about saying one machine, one physical machine or one virtual machine can have multiple SQL Server instances, right? Exactly same way. So there could be one machine or a specific environment behind the scene, and on top of that, there may be multiple SQL Server instances which are created, right? That's why this clarification. What we were mentioning about was in terms of backup, available backup, retention policies. So these things we can create over here. Let's proceed ahead. So here what we are going to do is, we are going to go back to our database. So we looked at the SQL Server, we discussed about the backup option. Let's go to our SQL database. Here we can go to the query editor to check what has been the outcome of sample database that we have created. Let's mention the password here. So if you see the tables available, so you have customer address, product, product category, right? So you'll see all the resources here. So as far as this content is concerned, this content is being saved. This information, this content is being saved using the storage. As far as the query execution is concerned, the query execution over here is done using the serverless compute that we have mapped. Now once you have this long term retention, once we have this LTR being mapped, those things can be done on the server level. The reason why I first showed you all the database and the query here is, when we are taking a backup, what are you backing up? if there is no data available, right? So here we can configure the available, here we can configure the backups. So one backup, if you see, we already have one backup being taken, we can restore that. We can create new retention policies or see some of the available retention policies over here. The next resource that one can look at is from Elastic Query or Elastic Jobs point of view. Now, what is this Elastic all about? So, as part of our SQL database, let me go back to it once again. As part of our SQL database, we have two options available. One option over here is single database. So, the mapped compute, serverless or a specific type of compute that we have chosen, that is mapped, that is relevant to a single member, which is single database. But if you want to leverage on elastic resources, I want to create multiple databases at one place, and the core purpose over here is to reuse the resources, right? How much can we reuse the members? Now from reusage point of view, we may have pool of resources, CPUs, storage, right? Now that CPU, that storage we are talking about is being reused by different members, different databases. And just to, Naresh has a very important question. So once it comes to your multi-tenant databases or multi-tenant data store, this could be mapped to specialized kind of domains. Say for example, I have multiple companies, small companies or small startups that we have, and these startups are focusing on rental business, property rental business. In this scenario, the schema will remain the same, right? So what I do is I go to them, I say I am creating a new software for y'all, right? And y'all can store your information, store your contents into my database. So what I know for sure is, even if there are 10, 15, 20 different people, all of them will have a similar kind of structure, similar kind of schema, right? And for each of those people, I can have a separate database. Now in these scenarios, what could happen is I don't have to uh, create different compute and storage for each of them, right? It will be shared across number of uh, number of vendors. So it could be property retailers, or it could be even a single customer which is on which has offices at multiple locations like Big Bazaar, DMart, right? So and they would want to store location wise details in each location, separate database. Now these kind of things I can do it using a elastic pool. So what is the pool name that you want to mention? OMP pool. What is the server name? How you want to map over here? Now if you see the deployment option, here it is asking for what type of resource or what type of configuration you want to mention for elastic pool. So there is a maintenance window that you want to mention over here. We can go ahead, create our resource. So right now we have explored all three options. First one is single database. Second member that you will see here is the elastic pool. And the third option we mentioned about was SQL database on a virtual machine. Okay, might take a moment, but once it is done on this elastic pool or on this elastic resource, we can create multiple databases. This is done. So I have my SQL pool, and here you can see the utilization. So how many databases you have on this resource, what are the options available. Right. So here we can mention our database name. What is the backup that we want to map over here. So whether you want to have local backup, zone redundant backup, from security point of view, we can have data encryption, other options, which is later part of this same module. Just give it a moment. So here what we are doing is, I am creating a second database over here. The first database is mapped onto a single database resource, which means the serverless environment, the storage which I have mapped, that can be utilized only with one database. Whereas the second one that I have created is on the elastic pool. Right. So you can see the pricing tier here, elastic general purpose. The first is general purpose serverless. Let's check for Azure SQL once again. Right. So you have elastic pool, we have two databases over here. Now within the same pool, if I want to create one more database, can you see this? Elastic databases, there is one database here, 0 to 2 virtual cores. Now, whenever it comes to organizations or whenever it comes to small startups, which may have seasonal business, which may have uh, resources required at different time zones, right? In those scenarios, in those mechanisms, there we can leverage on elastic pools, right? Now this is one option. This is one of the approaches being used. Let me go back to my presentation. Anyone, any questions, doubts, queries, you all can mention it on the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. So till now I was discussing about the elastic pool, elastic environment, and how one can work with those members, work with those resources. Now on these elastic pools, what we can also do is we can leverage on elastic jobs, we can leverage on elastic queries. Now one would say, Om Prakash, the examples that you gave, the scenarios that you mentioned was from perspective of multi-tenant environment, right? So when you're talking about elastic queries, what are these all about? So guys, creation of multiple databases does not always mean it is across various startups or across various tenants only. That's one scenario. Second scenario over here would be from perspective of vertical partitioning or horizontal partitioning of databases which are large in size, which are huge in size. So they can be broken up, they can be segregated into smaller sections, smaller pieces, and then we can go ahead and map these resources, map these members over here through vertical partitioning, through horizontal partitioning. Apart from this, once it comes to your implementations, here what we can do is we can leverage on our previous efforts that we have put in. From our on-premises environment, we can pick up the uh, resources and we can map those stored procedures, we can map those resources over here. That's one option. Second option is, rather than using efforts from DBAs, we can enable automatic tuning. So if I go back to my SQL server, or let me go to my SQL database, here under intelligent performance, here we have the pre-existing operations, pre-existing executions being done. So we have performance overview, performance recommendation, query performance insight, and we can enable automatic tuning. So here it is saying inherit from server. If you want to change that to desired state on, so here what we are asking the underlying database to do is leave the server configuration. I'm not much interested in that. What I want you to do is, for this particular database, whatever is the best indexing mechanism depending upon the data, the tables which are being requested time and again, for those tables create respective indexes, and once the job is being done we can drop those indexes. Right? So we can apply these resources over here, apply the force plan indexing process available within the underlying environment. Let me stop here. And if you remember, we have one more database being created using a virtual machine. Let's try and connect to that. Let's see if we can log in inside this machine, and do we have the database available here. As we are aware that once it comes to our virtual machine, whether it is a window based virtual machines having SQL database or any other kind of workload, connecting to that machine can be done using Bastion as a service, using RDP options. Okay, so this is my machine. I've successfully created a virtual machine. Guys, since I have taken a small configuration over here, this might take some time to get the service ready, the SQL Server service ready, before I could connect to that service. So if you see the disks over here, OS disk, temporary disk, and we have SQL data disks over here, SQL VM data 1, SQL VM log, right. So this is the SSD that we have chosen from our Azure portal, right. So these are the options available here. Let's go to SQL Server Management Studio. One second. Right. Let's check for SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. SQL Server Management Studio. Now inside this SQL Server Management Studio, we can access the local database, check for the options available here, and at the same time we can also connect to our uh, Azure SQL database that we have created, right. So one option that we have seen earlier is the online tool for SQL database connectivity. In this scenario, what we are looking at is using a desktop based tool, which is a standard tool which is available, and we can leverage on these members over here. Just give it a moment. Yep, here it is. So you have SQL Server Management Studio, server name, authentication, SQL Server authentication, Windows authentication, trust server certificate, right. So you can see the detailing over here, server objects, replication, always on, high availability. Now some of these things may not be available because I am using a free license, right. Other set of options, like we mentioned earlier, is standard web. So I hope this makes sense for you all from perspective of how we can leverage on these resources using different set of options that we have from our on-prem perspective, and how we can go and map these resources, whether it is single database or whether it is our SQL pool. And the third option that we discussed over here was from perspective of virtual machines. So let's grab a cup of tea or coffee. Everyone, everyone, let's grab a cup of tea or coffee and assemble back in 15 minutes. Welcome back everyone. So I hope everybody who is new to Azure environment, people who are new to SQL Server as a database, right? I have made sure some of the basic aspects of those are being discussed, and we looked at various options of implementation over here. Let's proceed ahead. As part of our resources being created, we have DTU based model, we have other options available from perspective of hyperscale, business critical, right? Premium based model. These are some of the advanced resources or advanced options that we have that one can leverage upon. These options will be more appropriate from a production scenario point of view. If you look at the current diagram over here, this is regarding hyperscale capabilities. Now, once it comes to hyperscale resources, it can go up to 128 TB of data storage, and we can have instantaneous backup restore options. The core purpose over here is having right set of members, right set of instances being created so that we can have more and more users which are connecting to our data stores, connecting to our resources. If you look at the backend members, you have your read write operations being performed on separate set of nodes, and there are large set of nodes which are from read only perspective, and these nodes or these instances can be scattered or deployed at various geographical locations so that we can target various incoming requests from a specific geographical location and provide appropriate responses to that. We already discussed about the serverless tier. Let me go into more specifics of the same. So here if you all see, as part of the compute options, so one is pre-provision and second is serverless model. In pre-provisioned environment, the allocated vCores will be exactly the same, whereas once it comes to serverless model, depending upon how many requests which is we are receiving, it will be allocating that amount of vCores in the backend. Once there is an inactive period for a specific timeline or a specific duration, it will switch off or turn off the backend resources, remove the resource compute options mapped to it, and then we can proceed ahead, specify it will consume the vCore based model. So at times what could happen if we are trying to connect to this data store, it may give a response saying the database itself is not available, correct? And the outcome or the reason for that could be because that compute is not enabled right now. So in these cases we can have multiple attempts, right? So that first attempt it may not be working, subsequent attempt we will be able to map with it, and it will help us to get the responses for our queries. So if you see the configuration over here, we can have minimum cores, we can have maximum core being mapped, and after what amount of time would you want to do a auto pause, right? So it could be mapped to days, hours, minutes, and most of the responses which I have received from people, they said from cost wise it is much more appropriate cost wise. They have seen lot of advantages through it. From geo replication point of view, here we can look at the options available, and from a Azure perspective, when we have different geographical instances being deployed, we have Azure Traffic Manager which can help us send these requests to appropriate ingress load balancers, and using these load balancing options, it can go ahead with primary logical server, it can perform read write operations, read operations on secondary logical server as well. Now all these features, if we had to implement these things using virtual machines and manage the replication, it becomes slightly tedious in nature. Whereas once it comes to these PaaS services, all these actions, all these activities is being handled behind the scene without any manual intervention required, right? So that's the beauty that we have through these primary and secondary resources that we are mapping over here. If you see another feature part of your PaaS service is a failover group. So one option is having hyperscale, having high availability as a resource. If you look at the reliability as an option, if reliability is what we are looking for, even those areas are being addressed over here. So here, similar to our availability groups, like how we have in our on-premises environment, on-premises SQL database, which I just showcased before the break, similar kind of implementation is being done behind the scene, and this would be across geographies, right? So here we can have grouping of resources being done, grouping of SQL database being done, which will automatically replicate the content from one environment to second environment, one set of SQL databases to another set of SQL databases. So availability, reliability, scalability, all these things are taken care in the backend. That's the primary reason why uh, I would recommend to go for PaaS service. So a lot of the headache in terms of management implementation is being removed, and a simplified mechanism is being provided over here. From resiliency perspective, if you look at the limits or if you look at the numbers which are applicable, so it supports up to 4 secondary replicas, whereas auto failover groups, there is only one secondary replica that can be mapped over here. For auto failover, in terms of geo replication, it can be configured one per database. In case of auto failover groups, here we have group of databases, and all those group of databases which can be mapped together, they can be made part of your auto failover group. In terms of auto failover, here we have the synchronous implementation, because we are talking from a reliability point of view. Now once it comes to your failover options, here we can look at the automatic or manual failover. We can specify appropriate strings for the same. From readability perspective, here we can have readable secondary databases, secondary resource. From use case perspective, I would recommend whenever we have requests coming across the globe, whenever we have hyperscale kind of requirements, especially if you take an example, your shopping cart kind of application or e-commerce based applications, that's where I would recommend to go for geo replication. Wherever you have BFSI segment, wherever you have reliability as one of the most important concerns, that's where auto failover groups would make sense for us. Now once it comes to your AI resources, AI capabilities, Microsoft has provided Copilot across the board, across all resources. So we can leverage on Copilot within SQL database, right, which can help us to consume data or understand the instructions using natural language and provide appropriate suggestions of how we can resolve those issues, what could be the subsequent solutions for those members. So with this we complete off with our first lab, first module. Let's take a look at respective lab over here. I have already shared the lab link with you all, so you all can go through that. And if anybody of y'all has a pre-existing environment or pre-existing resource, we can leverage on this, right? Let's proceed ahead. So if you go to the first resource, let me share the link once again. Okay, let's move further. So here, if you see, most of these things are being done using PowerShell commands, using Azure CLI commands. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll quickly copy these commands, make required changes to it, and then go and execute them on the underlying environment. AZ group create, DB resource group. I'm using some of the shortcuts over here. I'm using shortcuts over here to make sure I have right set of members being created. Now one would say, Om Prakash, why are we using CLI commands over here? So some of the resources you may not have direct UI based resource available there. What's the date today? Today I think is 21. 21, 25, resource group. 21, 25, 01. So this is the first SQL Server instance which I am creating. Name of the resource group, DBRG, location, location as Central India, Central India. Let me mention the password here. Right. So this is the password which I am mentioning. This is my first server. Now what we are trying to achieve by creating these resources over here is creating a mapping between two servers, and we can specify. So it says change the server name, change the location. So you see almost all the parameters over here would be same, barring the name of the SQL server, and here let me Southeast Asia, right? So these are two servers which we are creating over here. Let me proceed ahead. Let's create a sample database on the primary server, AZ SQL DB create. So now once the servers are ready, now we are creating the database. So wherever we have a resource group, I am replacing that by -G. That's a shortcut for it. name of the server. This is my primary server, that is 01 AdventureWorks LT, sample name. You can give any name that you would want, not an issue. So I have a primary server, I have a secondary server, two members over here. Right. So I've got all my resources ready, all my commands ready, which I can execute on the underlying environment. Let me launch the CLI here. The core purpose of this lab is to make sure we have availability group being created from reliability perspective. Easy, and this will be pretty quick because we have a thorough understanding of the resource being mapped here. So we are creating two server instances here. So first server, SQL Server create 212501. 01 is the primary server. And see the shortcuts over here, -n for name, -g for resource group, -l for location. Let's give it some time to create the first machine, first server. I'm sorry, it's not a machine actually. It's a logical server. It need not be mapping to a machine. So my first server is ready. Let me go for the second server, 212502. This is a secondary server which I have. Location as Southeast Asia. We also have a database being mapped over here. From database perspective, we have SQL database, what is the resource group being mapped, what is our primary server over here, and which database we would want to map over here. Let's give it a moment. So once the SQL server is ready, we'll create our database over here. So we have a primary server, we have a secondary server. And if you see the sample name, we had created very similar thing when we created a sample database in our previous resource. So while the second machine is second server is getting created, SQL server, let's go to networking. Let's add our IP address in the firewall rules and allow Azure services to access it. Let me go to Azure SQL. 01, security, networking, firewall rules. Let's add our current IP address and also allow Azure services and resources to access this server. I'm done with this. Same way, I have to replicate this on the second instance as well. Okay, so let's save this options over here. I'm done with the same. So if you see these steps, step number 4 to 7, I have done it. I have repeated these steps for secondary server as well. Right. Now once this part is being done, let's go to the next step. And now this will be the crucial steps where we are configuring auto failover groups. Okay, let's go ahead, map the auto failover group. So it says, Om Prakash, you need to mention some of the critical details here. And the first one amongst these members is, what is the name of your failover group? OMP SQL failover group, right? This is the name which I am giving. What is the name of the resource group? The name of the resource group is DB resource group. Let's mention the primary server. This is our primary server, right? What is the partner server or the secondary server that we have? This is our secondary server, right? Now, what is the failover policy? So anything happens with the primary environment, it should automatically go to the second one. Now, when it comes to creation of failover groups, automatic failover groups, you are trying to map it for which particular database. So server to server association is done. Now, if you see the last step, this is mapping the database as well. So any request coming in, and if the first environment is not responding, what should be my option there, right? So here what we are doing is we are creating a failover group for mapping that resource, mapping that member over here. Failover group. OMP SQL failover group. Name of our primary server to verify if this failover group is ready, not ready, what is the current status of the same. Like I mentioned earlier, anyone who has access to the existing environment, SQL Server environment, you all can try it as well. Just give it a moment. Now, once this environment is ready, once this applied skill is ready, what y'all would need to do is, y'all would need to make sure y'all create this resource, y'all create these members in the specified timeline. So there's only 2 hours that we have. That's why it is crucial that we practice these things before we launch the assisted applied skill exam. Okay, so make sure you have the applied skill practice being done, what will be the labs, and do it multiple times, because it's not just about performing these labs, performing these steps, but it should be performed in a specific timeline. And the approach which I am using, that is using shortcuts, creating these things on notepad, this will, if you all practice it in the same way, this will become easier for you all. This will become simpler for you all to work with these members and get the respective output being generated. Slightly longer. Now once this is done, we can go ahead, integrate this with our code using Microsoft.data.sql client. So how to create an application, how to log in inside that, add appropriate data package over here. So once we add the data package, we can specify the connection string. Now this connection string details will be available from our Azure portal. It will be available on our Azure portal. From there we can capture that information, capture those details, and then perform next set of actions over here. So from a application code point of view, as we go ahead, we'll see the integration as well. So if you see the failover group, OMP SQL Server 02, this is a failover server that we have mapped to our first machine. So we are done with this. Let's proceed ahead. Let's create our application over here using VS Code SQL Server 01. We go to failover groups. Can you see this? OMP SQL failover group. So, this is another way how one can add a group over here. Inside this group, so you'll see one of them is in India right now, Central India, and second is Southeast Asia. If you see the options over here, forced failover, failover, if you want to add a particular database, right? All these options can be done from your browser, from our browser as well. So this completes first part of our environment, first part of our data provisioning. Let's go to the next section here. In my case, I already have VS Code available. I can leverage on that. Before that, we create a folder over here. Let me go to the command prompt, and here let me perform next set of steps. I want to create a new application here, .NET new console. Guys, you'll have to be careful. You'll need to have basic partial resources, relevant .NET version being installed. In the underlying lab environment, there you'll have all these features, all the options available, so you don't have to worry on that. But when you are practicing these things, when we are practicing these things, you'll have to make sure you have all the required details available. Without that, you'll get an error. .json. App settings.json. Let's mention the connection string detail. This is right. No, this is simple. Says TCP colon, don't mention your server name. Can you tell me what is your failover group name? So I can go to that group, and the connectivity over here is based on the group. So this is my failover group name. App settings.json. Let's go to our CS proj. Let's go to our CS proj. Microsoft.data.sql client, extension configuration. This should be fine. Yeah. Item group, I have already mentioned this. I'm trying to use the latest version being mentioned over here. If that works, I don't think that should be an issue. If not, I'll move back to 5.0. Framework I have is 9.0. Let me copy the code within program.cs. If you see the steps involved over here, if you look at the code, new configuration builder, check this app settings.json file, get the connection string and query execution. So if you see the query execution here, server name, primary server, secondary server, database name, and what we are trying to do is we are trying to read from respective servers over here. Right? So let me go ahead, run the current code. Let's go ahead. .NET run. Oops. So it says login failed for SQL admin. App settings.json. Yeah, my mistake here. I have to specify the password. So at times you may get this error, especially if the server is, since we have used a serverless kind of environment, right? We can get an error for that. But when I tried multiple times, still it was not working. So I realized something is wrong with the connection string. So I made changes to my connection string where I had not mentioned the password. So I mentioned the password over there, and here I am able to get connected to the group, and I can see the servers being mapped over here. So primary server, secondary server, database, and what is the current replication state that we have over here. And this information is coming from the failover group that we have created, FOG. Let's proceed ahead. Let's check for the second member over here. Set SQL failover group. So failover group, resource group, primary server. Let me mention the failover group over here. Now in our case, we already have the failover group being configured. Resource group -g, resource group, that is DBRG, let me mention the server name over here. And in this context, here we are setting the secondary server, making that as our primary resource. I have to do this on Azure portal. So it might take some time to replicate that data of AdventureWorks LT. But once the replication has been done successfully, then it should not be a problem. So we'll be able to connect to the primary server, or we can also connect to the secondary server and fetch that information. So we can see your database over here, 02database.windows.net. So in this server, I can still see the same database available, AdventureWorks LT. And any changes that we make in the primary environment or the secondary environment, both of them will get synchronized. So that's the purpose of creating an availability group. And like I mentioned earlier, we can add multiple databases for availability group. Anyone? Any questions over here? I'm not sure how many of you all have tried it. So this is the first lab, and like I mentioned, you all will have to implement this lab within your applied skill once the lab environment is available. So create that resource, and within that you all can implement these members, implement these resources in a given timeline. So based on your understanding, let's look at few questions over here. So what is the primary difference between single database and elastic pool deployment model in Azure? So anyone, any suggestions? So which one would be the right answer? First, second, or third one? Anyone, any suggestions? For the first question, what would be the right answer? Naresh, Sumit, Renu, Shubham, Amit, Krishna. No one? So you see the first one, single data, if you see the answer for the first one, single database model, each database has a dedicated resource. Elastic pool, you have resources shared across multiple databases, and like we mentioned, each database could be a separate tenant altogether. Let's go to the second question. How does hyperscale service tier affect the time needed to create database backups? Scale up, scale down? Second question, what is your suggestion, guys? Okay. So Krishna says for second one it should be third option, C. Anybody else? Any other suggestion? Do you all agree with Krishna or do you have a different answer? Absolutely correct. It's no longer dependent on the volume of data in the database because you have shared set of resources which is made available via read options, read write options. Let's go for the third question. What is the main difference between geo replication, auto failover groups in terms of replication type? Geo replication uses synchronous replication while auto failover uses asynchronous. Both of them use asynchronous, or the third one is the right answer. So which one do you think is the right answer here? Krishna says third is the right answer. Absolutely right. So geo replication is asynchronous Auto failover group is synchronous. So this completes with our first module. Let's go to the second module over here. As part of second module, if you look at the resources available within SQL database, here we can create our resource groups, our SQL server, right? Configure the firewall rules, and this firewall rules is on the SQL server. Then create a database for it. So it can be done using the portal, it can be done using the CLI commands, right? Both these options are available. Now, if you want to look at the options available, if you look at the databases within this environment, here we can go ahead here we can go ahead and create these members and access the database by using the online tool available. That's one option. But once it comes to your databases and we are working with online applications like VS Code where we are writing our code, can we also have a option available for SQL database project as an extension inside VS Code? So we can leverage on Azure Data Studio, that's one option, or you can use an extension inside VS Code. So our connectivity with database, our association with member over here can be done using the VS Code extension for database project. So that we can add a connection string or specify the association with Azure resource, check the schema inside that, check the database options available there, right? Just give me a moment. Let me so if you see, I have database projects available. So it says, tell me Om Prakash, what do you want? You want to connect to Azure SQL database or SQL Server database on premises available, on premises or virtual machine, or you want to connect to your Azure environment. OMP SQL Proj. We can add a database reference over here through a DACPAC file. We can specify a SQL command over here. Right? So if you see the options available, adding a table, adding a view, stored procedure, right? So anything that one would want to create over here, we can have all these members mapped at one place. Right? We can develop the resources here. We can publish this options available using our database projects. We can create our resources over here, and once your queries are being mentioned, once the database references are being done, we can go ahead and publish this onto our environment. So some of you all who have been from SQL Server background, so as far as DACPAC file is concerned, this is a database backup that we are creating, and we would want to publish that database backup, restore that database backup onto our Azure environment. Another extension that you have is your SQL Server extension. So do you want to load from the connection string? Do you want to browse the Azure environment? Just give me a minute. I have done this earlier. Adventure Works LT password. Just give me a minute. Let me go back to my Azure portal, capture the connection string from here. Trust server certificate, SQL login, SQL admin, password. Let's connect to our database. So using our appropriate profile that we have, using set of resources that we have over here, we can connect to our environment. Yep. So if you see, so we have got this resource ready. What are the tables available? So you want to edit table, execute query over here. So exactly same thing that we were doing on uh, our browser, right? We can perform these activities, creation of database projects, execution of queries within our VS Code. So we want to save this resource. We can save it within our project. So I hope this makes sense for you all, how one can create a database project or connect to our Azure environment. Let's go to the next section here. So once it comes to our application development, writing a C# based code, Java based code, Python based code, connecting to our database, right? That's one aspect. So we have a service tier, we have a console application, right? REST APIs, which in the backend is connecting to our data store. That's one option. Second option over here would be creating a complete DevOps kind of environment, DevOps kind of resource over here. As part of your DevOps environment, DevOps resource, here we can leverage on something called as GitHub Actions. We can leverage on the values or resources that we have available to us, right? And here what we can do is we can create a complete DevOps lifecycle, DevOps process over here to perform these activities and actions on a repetitive manner. So if you look at the steps being involved, we have GitHub repository. We can create uh, a repository onto the GitHub environment, or we can leverage on something called as Azure Repos, right, in our DevOps environment. Within that, we can add some of the basic structural details within our GitHub repository or Azure Repos, clone that repository locally. Now, once that part is being done, once the cloning is being done, now on our local machine, we can perform the next set of actions, which could be creating a database project, creation of appropriate tables over here. All these things can be done locally. Now, once that part is being done, then we can go ahead and perform the GitHub actions, right? So any code change that we are going to make, any code changes or updates that we are going to make, all those things will be done by using the GitHub resource, by using the local environment, and then we will publish that, add that member and publish it onto our GitHub environment. So if you want to have a CI/CD kind of pipeline being created, we can leverage on Azure pipelines, or we can leverage on GitHub Actions, right? Both of these things are valid as an option. Both of these options are available, applicable to our resources. Just give me a moment. Let me go back to my Azure environment, and here we can look at DevOps organizations. So earlier, few of you all might have a question saying, Om Prakash, how relevant is Azure DevOps? It's not pretty deep dive. So if you look at the primary services like Azure Boards or Azure Artifacts, those things are not being used. But if you look at Azure Repos, that can be leveraged over here. Azure pipelines can be mapped over here. Okay, those resources can be created, those resources can be mapped within the underlying resource. Just give me a moment. Yeah, this one. This is my appropriate Active Directory instance, which I'm going to map over here. So you can see set of organizations over here. Okay, so here if you see, we have Azure Repos, Okay. So if you see whatever files we have created, if you look at the pipelines over here, this is one of my pre-existing pipelines. Right. So Azure SQL database deployment, SQL Server database deploy. So if you want to execute any kind of DAC file or run the scripts using a SQL CMD, so you already have these available as part of your stages within your pipeline. They are available as the stages. So once we go and publish our resource, publish our database project on this repository, we can create a pipeline which will perform next set of actions on the mapped database, right? So from a DevOps perspective, you already have set of members mapped over here. Second resource that you'll see over here is your GitHub environment. Just give me a moment. This is a similar project which I have deployed over here as well, eShop on web. So from a repository point of view, this would be our repository. As far as GitHub Actions is concerned, as part of GitHub Actions, I can create a new workflow over here, which can help me perform relevant actions. What type of application you want to host over here, adding a pipeline, updating a published configuration, .NET Core YML file. No, I'm not finding anything here. Yeah, this is the right one. So here if you see, you have options available for SQL project, Azure SQL deploy, and you see the same option, deploy a database project, DAC file or SQL script. So what needs to be done, how we can go and add these members over here. Azure SQL action. Initially, you'll have to mention from which branch we'll have to pick up the details, right? So once the database project is being published, how do we pick that resource and map over here, right? So these are the DevOps resources that one can map over here. And like I said, this can be done with GitHub repository, GitHub Actions, or Azure Repos and Azure Pipelines. Now there could be a question here saying, Om Prakash, if I have a GitHub repository, can I still go and use Azure Pipelines? The answer is yes. So it is not a compulsion that it could be only Microsoft resources and nothing beyond Microsoft will be allowed. Right? So we can have both these kind of association, both these kind of mappings available here. So as part of our CI/CD pipeline, very similar things that are required over here is your connection string, firewall rules. Along with this, we have to map the secrets and credentials over here. We need to map appropriate secrets and credentials over here under the settings section within your GitHub repository. Under the settings section, here you all can go ahead and create your resources. If you see these secrets and variables, here we can go ahead and specify our environment variables. What would be your connection string? What would be the values that one would want to mention over here? So those options will be part of your environment secrets. Now once these deployments have been done, we have our application, once we have our deployments being done, so we have our application being deployed, we have our database project being deployed, we have our connectivity options between the application, our RESTful service layer and the backend data store. All of these are mapped correctly. Now once that is being done, we can go and verify whether these connectivity options are working correctly or not, right? So how many requests have been sent, how many communications have been mentioned over here, are they working correctly, are there any kind of issues, challenges, right? So those things can be mapped using the monitoring of resources, monitoring of the members. You can go to your SQL database, check for the performance of queries being executed over here. Just give me a moment. SQL DB, DB-02. So we can go to the monitoring section. We can create our own metrics over here. So whichever metrics parameter that we want to map over here, CPU percentage metrics, how is the usage over here. So what is the availability, what is the CPU utilization. So based on our parameters that we are mentioning, based on the metric values that we are mentioning, we can specify the details here. So I'm not going to implement this because this requires different set of steps to be mentioned, but we'll quickly go through the steps, what is required from a DevOps point of view. So if you look at the second lab over here, I've already discussed about some of the primary members from perspective of SQL database creation. This part we already have done, so I don't see a challenge with this. Setting up a GitHub repository, what are the options available, what are the members available here. We can do a git clone, create a SQL database project. So I've already shown you the option available, how one can, how this extension is available inside the VS Code environment. What you all would need to do is, like I said earlier, Make sure you have appropriate .NET version being installed, .NET Core version being installed, because that will be a primary resource before you create your application here. Create a new database file, and once you make any changes, we will have to commit these things onto our repository. Now this will require some knowledge of DevOps. This will require understanding of app, app service over here, right? How do you register an application? So if you see this line, AZADSP create, AZADSP create for RBAC. So this SP primarily refers to service principal. Here we are mapping it to a service principal so that we give permissions to our subscription ID, resources within our resource group to perform these actions on the underlying environment. So when we run this command, it will give us a required credentials, required details. We can add them to our GitHub repository settings, secrets and variables, which I showed you all right now. Within that, you can create your member. Here you can see the steps mentioned for the same. So you all can try this out. We'll take a one more break over here, 10 minutes. Everyone grab a cup of tea or coffee. Once we assemble back, we'll go to our next module, that is developing a data API for Azure SQL Database. Everyone grab a cup of tea or coffee. Welcome back everyone. So before the break, we discussed about the DevOps options, DevOps resources, and how that is being mapped with our underlying members. What are the elements that we have available from a development perspective, which is locally available, and how we can leverage on the DevOps resources, which is available from perspective of Azure repos, GitHub repositories, GitHub actions, Azure pipelines, how we can integrate both of them together as part of our database projects. So when it comes to end-to-end implementation of these resources, we already have some of the pre-existing members. We can combine, we can associate both of them together and make sure it works smoothly. Let's go to the next resource here, that is usage of data API builder. Just give me a moment. So as far as data API builder is concerned, here you'll be able to see the multi-tier kind of approach, multi-tier kind of implementation over here, where we have set of options available. If you see the entity resources over here, we have plain GraphQL schema or the relational schema, and as part of our runtime resources, here it will fetch these details, your GraphQL or relational schema. In the configuration file, we'll have our connection string, right? Similar kind of thing that we saw earlier. We have our runtime environment, which will fetch these details, and in memory, it creates the schema abstraction. Now, once this schema is being mapped, here we can look at the RESTful method, REST API methods for performing the CRUD operations. And once this REST API is exposed to the end user, or end user here in sense, the developers, they are going to work with these members, work with these resources, and initiate these operations. Now, once it comes to this API builder, from perspective of cross-platform compatibility, right? It it can be made available through Unix environment, Linux environment, Mac, right? Because the underlying protocol is our HTTP based resources, HTTP members, and that's the smooth way of achieving these implementations over here. From perspective of working with these resources, we can take up a new project over here, that is Azure Static Web App. We can deploy these members using your data respective extensions over here, and these are your AZD resource, Azure Data API Builder based resource, which we can map within our Azure environment, Azure resource. Now, once it comes to our static web applications, here we can publish our contents using HTML resources, images, JavaScript, or CSS files. And if you see the previous member, the previous step which was involved from perspective of GitHub actions, we can leverage on those members as well. So here we can have our GitHub actions being created or your DevOps being created, and we can continuously keep publishing our resources onto both these environments. That is your static web apps expose these things to our Azure functions. So from developer perspective, consuming these resources, working with these members, this will make sense. Another option that one can use over here for creating a static web application would be using the portal based resource where we have DB API being mapped, and in terms of the plan available we can go for standard plan, free or dedicated plans. If you look at the configuration files over here where we have to mention our connection string details, here we can use a DAB configuration file using the command line utility. We can specify what tables we would want to create, what permissions you would want to mention over here, right? So these will be part of our configuration resources. Within our database connectivity, here we can have a link being established, link existing database, how we can map this resource over here. Now once this API is being created, what is the permissions that you would want to give, right? What is the mapping that you would want to mention over here? Now once it comes to our applications, so one way of publishing these applications would be directly onto the app service plan, which may consume higher set of resources. If you want to minimize those members, minimize the deployment environment here, we can leverage on containers. We can map our resource over here with web app for containers. So in terms of portability, scalability, simplified management perspective, all these things can be made smoother. These things can be made easier by using deployment onto our underlying containers over here. So if you see the steps involved for creating a container app, it can be done on the portal, it can be done from the CLI environment as well. And if you see your image available for a data API builder, there is a pre-built image available, right? So we can leverage on that. And apart from these members, we can specify the configuration details for as a initiation parameters for our containers. We can specify our connection string details, specify the underlying database for it, and then it can go and connect with that resource. As part of our service principle that we had created in the previous step, you'll see a similar kind of mapping over here. AZ role assignment create, because when we are connecting between the container environment and a resource, it either can be a user, right? It could be a application, it could be a device or specific group, or we can leverage on managed identity, right? So these are set of ways how one can specify permissions or how we can build an association with this member. Now one approach over here, like we mentioned, is publishing these things onto our picking that particular image from the Microsoft Container Repository, which is a publicly available resource, or you can fetch this content from Azure Container Registry ACR. So we can download that resource. We can do something called as Docker pull onto our base environment, and we can do a Docker push onto our ACR repository. If you look at the mapping over here, so we can install the DAB CLI, Microsoft uh, Data API Builder, specify the contents over here and deploy these resources. So one option that we saw earlier was in terms of static app. The second option for deployment is inside the containers. Okay. Now once this deployment is being done, we can test this API, see the integration successfully within our Azure based deployment. Now both these services are running on the Azure platform. Let's proceed ahead. Let's go to our third lab over here. Look at the implementation for the same. Let's set up our environment. So from our local environment point of view, earlier we had our first application being created, first resource being created successfully. We were able to smoothly implement that. Let's go to the next steps involved over here. Let me share this link with you all. So if you all want to try it along with me, you all should be able to do that. Let me take up a new project for this. So in my case, I have two options available. Okay, DP-3020. Let me go ahead, do an npm install over here. This might take a moment to install the CLI APIs over here. So one approach here could be I can go to my SQL VM which I have created. There I can install it. But the only challenge which I am seeing over there, I have not tried that. I am not sure if the .NET is being installed there on that machine or not. That's why I am doing it on my machine, because I am sure on my machine I have the required resources. I have appropriate .NET versions and other resources being mapped over here. This might take a moment. There are various dependencies that we have within these members. That it takes its own time. Now while this is happening, let me go back to my environment, check for the resources here. So next step it says is, Om Prakash, once you're done with npm install, go for .NET tool install, go and create a Azure SQL database, serverless, subscription details, MyDB, SQL authentication, right? This has nothing to do with the underlying environment, underlying resource. Add sample data to the database. Okay, let me do that. Let me first hop back to my database environment on Azure platform. Just give me a moment. I already have quite a few databases being created. Let me get rid of that. And if we remember, once it comes to these services, they are pretty expensive services. Hyperscale, Just give it a moment. Meanwhile, I'm getting this resource installed. db-3, this is being done. Okay, let me go to the next step. .NET tool install. It's always preferable to do it inside a particular folder. In my case, I already have the node package being added earlier. Is it done? Yeah. So I have cleaned up the existing resources. Let me go ahead, take up a new SQL database. Resource group, dbrg, database name, mydb. Let's create a server name over here. SQL authentication, SQL admin. Let's give it a moment. Add current client IP address. So right now we are not looking at any sample database over here. We'll create database separate. We'll create our resources separately, employee table, and insert records inside that. Let me verify. Is it done? Yeah. So this part is being taken care. The DAB tool is being installed successfully. I have mentioned the networking details. So once the database gets ready, I can create my table, I can insert records into it. Just give it a moment. Once it gets created, you have SQL Server being created. SQL database creation is in progress right now. It has opened up the firewall rules. Taking slightly longer than expected. Yep. So finally we have got it created. Let's go to our query editor. Okay, so we have got the table created. Let's insert few records into that table. Two rows inserted. Let's fire a select query. Okay, so we have got our database created. We have got the table created. We have added the records over here. Let's create a basic web application onto GitHub repository. So already a link being provided. How to generate a vanilla website. Right, so we can mention our repository name over here. And if you see the options available, SQL repository, private resource, right. So we have vanilla JavaScript application being created within our repository, right. So we have got the repository created. Index.html. So once this is being done, we can go ahead, create our static web application. Let's go to our Azure portal. So once you have the table being created, we can continue further. You don't have to save that SQL. It's not a compulsion there. So the values will be stored inside that environment. We don't have to worry on that. Static web application. Let's mention a name for this. Standard. So here we can mention what is the source that you'd want to source where you have your resource being created. It could be GitHub, Azure DevOps, So if you have your pre-existing member being mapped, so you can see the applications published over here. MySQL repo. Let me see if I have this resource available here. Yeah, here it is. MySQL repo. As far as the branch is concerned, I have the main branch over here. Any other details to be required to be mentioned here? Let's verify that. Let's go to deployment configuration. GitHub account, organization name, branch name. So where do we want to deploy this? Let's see if I have an option. East Asia should be fine. It's actually mentioning about the CDN location, right? CDN resources for static application. This was pretty quick. Azure static apps.net. Let's move ahead. So we have got our static application being mapped over here. Let's go to the next resource over here. So if you see the next step involved here in VS Code, we are supposed to clone this GitHub repository that we have created. Okay. Now the challenge is I don't know how to clone it. Okay. So here what we'll do is we have mapped this .NET resource here. Let's go to our code. Let's go to our code over here. Open this resource, and here you'll see an option for cloning. Here we have option for cloning the resource. So if you see the templates available, yeah. So you can see over here git clone, and here we can mention the URL. And where is this URL? So let me go back to my GitHub repository. Just give me a moment. So for GitHub clone, for cloning this resource, here you will get the URL. This is our repository URL. So if you are using GitHub repo, you can copy this member, copy this resource, go to your VS Code, go to the command palette, git clone, and mention the URL here, right? So MySQL repo or whatever name you all one might have given, just mention that resource here. Where do you want to download and map this project? Not to worry, I already have a destination being mapped. Repository not found. I already have a repository. Just give me a moment. Let me go to command palette once again. DB project 3. Not sure what's going wrong here, because my repository is valid. I have successfully published that resource. I am So if you see the options available, I have git ignore, I have the features available here. I have the main branch as well. and even if it is having an issue in terms of credentials, it should ask me for a credential. Not asking for credentials, because that could be a challenge, especially in terms of private repositories. You should ask for credentials over here, so I can provide that required credential. Just give me a moment. Let me try deleting and creating it once again. Let's mention the repository name over here. Not sure why it's not able to clone this. This time I'll make a small change. I'll make it a public repository, because private repository it's not allowing me to clone it. I clone this repository. Let me go back to my Azure environment.